let's try that again. Hello, hello? Alright, good. Alright, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkToMatsu. If you are watching YouTube and like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe, if that's super for a dislike, and so away. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me quickly fight with my stuff on my side. Yep. Let me fix this. Alrighty, let me get the game up and rolling. We're doing Minecraft today. We're just playing on Minecraft. I need to figure out what I'm doing, because it has been a hot minute. And originally we were gonna do stuff down here, but that was supposed to be over October, and now we start getting ready for Christmas. So, yeah, I actually think I'm going to start by, especially if nobody's here to start with, I think I'm going to start by working on clearing out above. That was time. Let's see. I'm going to empty my inventory. I'm going to head upstairs. I'm just going to put everything that I'm not planning to use right now here. Do we want to use that? I don't know. I need food as well, so we'll be definitely getting that, but yeah, we're just gonna have to go upstairs and start prepping, because I'd like to start getting because I wanted to set up a bee farm. I know it'd be better to do it in another, but just in the overworld. And all that, and to do that I need to upstairs. I do have 2 stacks. I should probably cook more. Hey yo, again! What? Suppose it depends on the definition you use, so then. Also, who starts a conversation like that? How are you? What's this? Ooh. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Alright. That probably makes sense. Glad to hear you're doing fine. Turn down the music. There we go. Alrighty. Yep. Alright. Anyway, I'm figuring I'm gonna start my day with working on the mountain. It's been a while. I don't even know if that's all the eggs. terrifying thought, you know? Alright. But because we're gonna wanna start kind of getting honey going, and beyond that, I think I want to start getting ready for Christmas. You know? And that's gonna need some doing. But since I don't know what I want to do this year, other than obviously I want to do I'll probably really need to reset those. Good to know. I'm basically in the area, but I think I'm gonna have to figure out how to. But I'm thinking of clearing out, at the very least. Go back to the chickens in a second. I'd like to get at least 2 or 3 more layers done here, clearing this off. Probably more like a lot. Now, the question's gonna be, I'm gonna have to decide how I want to do that. I think I'm also going to want other things. Alright. I should basically be empty of eggs again. Let's keep going. Yeah, this is like the one new feature from the drops I really do like. I just kind of wish that... I mean, I think the others are okay, to be clear. I'm not like saying I hate it. I just... I like fog. I think it's nice to have some of that. I think it's nice to be able to go into here, and I know this is what messed with Mom the other day. And just do that. I'll put it on the full bright a bit. And really have that kind of show how the lights are. I love it. Although, at the same time, at the point I ought to just probably... Yeah. It's not even that. I saw videos on it. The person, you know, they said childish insults. It wasn't even... Like, that's the thing, Dragon. It wasn't even that. It was a childish insult. Boy humor. That they specifically cited. Nothing else. That's where I'm left with, like I saw. I'm just kind of left with... Nah. In reality, I mean, it's a third-party server. It wasn't like it was, like, aligned with them or anything. Like, you can have an argument for that, but this wasn't that. And, yeah. But its only thing is how dare... That's kind of where I was left with, was... They used it as an excuse. When you looked at it, it didn't make any sense, so just say it for that. Yeah. The Discord and the person in question had already been banned for other reasons, because let's be real, when you use weird language, you often do other things as well that will also get you banned. It was a concept that makes no sense. Except that they want to determine what is and is not allowed to be said. Like, I think that's the thing that was most disturbing about it. That they're demanding that the chat moderation be turned on to the server. And everything be sent straight to Mojang one way or another. And then people go, it's just, I don't know. That's where, to me, I'm left with... This was this was a setup. I honestly think it was. And it does open the question. Why? It'd be one thing if this was connected to the brand name or whatever, but it really wasn't. It's third party. Their whole thing is free speech, and as some people have pointed out, technically the new EULA would probably not apply to said server because that server has never been updated. So technically they don't have that right. So, you know, I'm gonna guess that's gonna end in another lawsuit, to be honest. Or tacked on to the other one. Like, yeah, that it might. The reality is, I really was just left with when I was saying that. I'm just like, but what did they actually do wrong? Let's try to say they said mean words. Not a single person has actual screenshots of said mean words, right? To prove it. Just a dude with a yo mama joke and references to his maleness. And the dude in question was already banned. So it's like, that's, yeah. That's kind of where I ended up going with it. That means that any server that has middle school humor has to be subject to sharing all chat logs with Mojang because what if? That was the only thing they could show. I really do go with that's the craziest part. Like, if you're gonna make claims, provide the evidence to back it up, you know? I've seen worse on, like, so many places. I've seen worse in YouTube chats. Or comments, rather. Like, let's be real here. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't even be deemed anything. Like, anywhere else. Anyway, I don't know, that's just how I feel, and I mean, people can disagree, but it's just like, I really do go with, so what if they had an unmoderated chat? It's meant to be an adult server. If you can't be an adult, and have it, that's on you. Someone could say something and then they can go get beaten up. Because, you know, the other person doesn't like it. That's the life of it. That's quite literally how they apparently work. And hopefully we'll be able to continue working. Like, if you go and say stuff, you better be able to back up. And I think the thing that's the craziest is yet again people going, oh no, Microsoft has done this again. And I'm still left with, I don't think it's actually Microsoft that's doing this nonsense. Because, well, it's a level of, like, why bother caring? You know? Anyway. I mean, I'm obviously still playing the game for now, but I mean, with that and with knowing what they've basically now done to Bedrock Edition, it's just... It's like, I think they want to kill their own game at this point. But instead of admitting it, they're just doing all this nonsense. Like, you know? Better to be honest. Healthier for the mind and soul. I mean, you do know what's been going on with that, right? But that's its own mess. Maybe it should just make TNT. Might be faster. Even though I'd rather probably do it by hand. Yeah, that's how I know you're not paying any attention, Dragon. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. I mean, there's a couple that people are currently kind of trying to develop. I mean, let's be real. After this next update, it'll be a lot easier to do it. No, I don't think it'll speed up. But beyond that, yeah, I know. And heck, there's a Reforge as well I'm interested in. But that's still in, like, super alpha phases. But no, I think, honestly, I would say... I give it, like... maybe don't know. Anyway. I just don't think it's gonna be long before something happens one way or another. The only thing I really think is that after this update, things are gonna have to go one way or another. He hasn't been able to upload the last couple of weeks. He ran out of videos the last week or so. He has been uploading, he just kind of ran out of videos recently because obviously he hasn't been able to record more. But he has been. I mean, YouTube just doesn't like him. I check his channel. Maybe check to see. I don't know if you. I know that for some people, restricted mode turned itself back on. I checked to make sure that that hasn't been happened. But he's definitely a little spicier, right? Than I am. But no, I mean, he has been. At least putting them out. He had made a backlog. He's out of backlog, but... he's back on the grind. I know that. Anyway. Oh, also, I suppose as long as I'm talking right now. Just gonna let you guys know, I did manage to back up my Bedrock rules. Rather, I managed to back them. I updated, they did not get deleted, thankfully. I waited long enough and all that. I immediately backed them up. I will not be playing Bedrock until they fix their issues, and there are a lot of them. I just do not think that would be a good idea. I just think I should probably mention that, because... well, so I haven't actually seen if I have any of the issues, but when I look at all the issues, I just am left with... I don't think I want to even try until they fix them. These are serious issues, including memory leak out the wazoo. And they could fix them. That's the thing that's so, like, infuriating. If this was Java, it would have been fixed already. Like, come on. And that's kind of where I end up going with it. With that, plus the fact that they are de-obfuscating the Java code and everything. It's the kind of thing where I start wondering if they're about to basically announce that Minecraft is being shut down. Or to be more exact, well actually no, it would be shut down because they force you to be online. To play. Basically. I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm sure I'm just being things that aren't fair. I just think it's concerning. Yeah? Again, like I said, I hope not. I really, really do, but... like... these are major things that just, under normal circumstances, would be like... what? Yeah, I saw. Obviously. Anyway, I don't know what your opinion on the whole thing is. That's just mine. Whatever, another room. Because I've got seeds on me. I mean... anyway. Well, I don't disagree that they are... that it's going to affect things majorly. I'm just saying it's super bizarre how they're handling it. And it's just that kind of thing. It's like, that's what I start thinking of is... after all, what's the point in fixing something if you're going to shut it down soon anyway? Perhaps it's just the negative effect of, like, just so many of these types of games existing have done this. It's just... I do... kind of find myself thinking that. The hard part is then going, okay, so... why? Or it's like, yeah, the next question should be like, so what next? But to me, I think the next question should actually be, does it matter? You can find a different game. There's a million Minecraft clones. Yes, yes. I know. I'm just saying in general, it's like... I don't think that they're... so long as you're able to still have, like, your game even slightly, I mean... at least Java users, I guess. There's an ability to just play modded. And unfortunately play a better game. That way. Not like just trying to complain either about their less than stellar updates and the excitement factor. For me, I just kind of ended up going, I wish I cared more. At this point. I'm good. For now. I mean, I can just go play other games. It's just this thing, because it's like, it's not... I think the biggest thing to me is just, it's not even... How do I put this? Like... I suppose it's the whole... At this point, other games can fill that hole a lot easier. Well, I don't have an interest in it. There's Vintage Story. There's... I like Cubic Odyssey. That can help fill that. Whenever Reforged finally comes out, that'll definitely be something that will fill that void. Or could fill that void. Yeah. That's where I end up feeling with it. Alrighty. Alright. Alrighty, we're just gonna get all this cleared out. Because I do know this is where I want to work eventually. It'll be a lot easier to just clear out this way. I do wish I had a beacon, but I don't want to deal with the wither just for a beacon. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I probably want to finish actually fixing up my armor and stuff. And well, I do have another fortress. It's not that great. Yeah. And yeah. You know, I'll be really good for would be clearing this out, which it would be really good for. Just so exciting. Hey. I can clear out even this chunk. It'll all come down to this. Yeah. So this is this little. Okay. Clear these all out like so. Okay. There we go. So I'll clear that all out here. How far out do I want to clear it? Back to... I want it all gone, mind you, to be clear. I don't... I want a scrap of this to be grass. Let me go to sleep. I'll keep working on this. Boom. I probably should have a closer bed. Meh. Alright, but I want to clear... I wonder if I want to work on that some. Maybe I work on that because I want it to be. It's a building that goes there potentially. I wanted to build a building there. I don't know if I still like the idea of. I liked having the idea of a building there. I just don't know if I liked the building that I was going to have there. I don't remember what it was. So. Yeah. But if I wanted to go under here. There we go. There. Oh, I am out of space. I'll go dump this so I have the space. Look at that. I think that'll be... I don't know what space I need for the first warehouse. But I do want warehouses along the side. I'm gonna need to count back however many I'm wanting to do there. Like... I don't know. I'm gonna go 2, 3... Well, I mean, I like the moody weather. I guess. So we're gonna do... Other than I do need lights under here. I don't have that, so I should probably do that. But... I want to do... I mean, it's the perfect weather to enjoy the city if it was more done. At some point, I just gotta get it more done, you know? So it'll really pop and have the whole street down this way at least. Then get a couple of these buildings, get back here to have... I don't know, I think I want a relatively big building. That's the thing. Yeah. I probably should just turn the brightness up, but I don't know. I kind of like playing it like this. It feels so eerie. Alright, Oh, I hit the wrong... Because I'm so used to playing the other way. It's fine. The idea is to create a bit of a ellipse, so it's fine. Kind of just... doing that, alright. Play around. Let's see, does that look better? Slowly. Maybe one like this. Kind of like that from this side. I'll probably like add more to it and stuff as I go along, but this is just kind of meant to slowly kind of create more like there's a bit of a lip to it. I like that as a design. Alright. And only 2 lines are gone through. But I want to start kind of getting the basis, so I gotta kind of like make this have this, so I can start kind of getting the basis of the building I want to put here. I think I want to start building it at least a little bit steep. It's meant to be a large building because it's A, going to be my bee farm. But B, it's meant to be kind of, it needs to kind of be large enough that it feels like a good warehouse for over here. Well, one of them's going to be a warehouse for bees. Another one's going to be a warehouse for, I'm just about to try and sleep. And I just realized, because I've got the brightness down, I'm not... And the rain is on, it definitely makes things hard to tell. But I really do like it this way. I'm probably going to turn the brightness back up as soon as it's daytime again. Definitely, I think, the way to look at my world. Don't you think? If only could turn the saturation down a little bit too. That would be amazing. fog can make my fire take that way. Well, not a lot, but just like enough. The fog does some of what I want, but it doesn't do enough. Actually, I wish I had like better fog. I'm just gonna correct this for now because I can't tell what time it is for anything. But then I think I want to kind of. I'm gonna be honest. At some point, I almost want to switch over to using like a Vanilla Plus style mod pack that was even possible for this, right? Kind of just adjust things and just also basically until the doctor I wouldn't be updating, but I don't know. Alright. Anyway. I wanted. I'm gonna aim for there. No. There we go. That should be it, right? Oh, there's a hole here. What do you think? Is it starting to look kind of like the terrain could be more natural? Gonna do that? I mean, obviously I kind of gotta add grass and stuff at the end, but or moss or something. Or I don't add anything and it just becomes like a, it is a building. Or is this I can't even tell what's happening here. But sure, cool. See that. It should allow for more of a lip that way as well. I do want to adjust there. Doing one, down that. It's this one, right? I think it doesn't really matter too much, but yeah. I kind of just create a bit of that. I mean, it's not done. It's just kind of to show proof of concept. For a stone wall. What do you think, the wagon? Nah, I'll use the TNT in other places. Anyway, I do think that's just kind of following. Hello, Tomas. I would like to pull this down to here, potentially. I can't see anything until it gets back over to this side to kind of see how that looks. Yeah. Sorry, I'm printing I'm basically kind of, well, not really printing, I'm just kind of following along the edge and creating a bit of a wall here, which is what I had wanted to do. Making it look okay is the idea, right? Alright, and then here. I'll pull this one. Oh. Actually, no, I don't want that one. I'll pull this one in. And then here, I want to pull this one. Here. And then that comes down. I'm out of stone. Let me go get more stone. The entire concept is basically just take the stone that I'm gonna mine over there, kind of turn it into a little bit of a look there. Creating more of a appealing... It's not really appealing, I guess, but just a little bit more of like, it looks kind of more like what you would expect for that, I guess. And then from there, I want to design, I'll probably like add in, yeah, exactly, we want to make it feel more mountain near the bottom because it's like, this area is meant to be not. Anyway, I'm also just mining out this area as well because I want this to have a little bit more, I want to start working on the warehouses. And I realized looking at it, I don't think this is enough space for a decent sized warehouse. Because it's instead of like tall, it's meant to be wide, so yeah. I think it's just kind of time to clear this all out a little bit more. Time. We just remove it. So I can remove this. It's not gonna be pretty, but it's gonna be gone. No, No, the inside's gonna have the bee farm. It's basically gonna be, the idea would be like a warehouse that kinda got converted, or it's a warehouse on the outside, on the inside it's not. Right? Kind of building wise. And it's just my best, like, description of it. Yeah. So it's going to be functional. That's why I need to build it. We need to get our honey blocks going before November finishes. Right? So we can build honey pages over in the Christmas village. Unless you forgot that exists. We gotta go back and work there again, now that it will be Christmas time again. I'd like to get a more sizable chunk of it done. And then potentially kind of... But we're going to be making a few of these Suedo... They're not really warehouses, but... because they would be used for things such as... crop cultivation and the like. I just like the idea, so... I'm gonna do it. It's been a while. Quite a while since we worked on it, so... I know the idea definitely... I'm sorry. For a while after that, nobody wanted Minecraft, and then when we finally were getting back into Minecraft, I don't know if you noticed, but this thing happened. And my power stopped working. Meant I couldn't play Minecraft, and I eventually forgot. If you want to blame anyone, blame the power company. For their shenanigans that cause everything to go crazy and stop working. You started asking again. Actually, you started asking for realsies around August. And then we started playing a bunch of other games. And since you weren't here very often, you weren't picking the game. I wasn't playing a lot of Java. Right? Anyway, and then from there, as an unfortunate side effect, the power going crazy in October. Which, by the way, means that was only like maybe 2 months of where I did not. Because and this is the thing, it was the beginning of October that the power went crazy, so it's been like a month. In fact, it has been exactly a month. Actually, just over a month, rather, at this point. Because it had been exactly a month, like 2 or 3 days ago, that I had first had to start doing it. Which I could tell because of, like, literally, like, Contained, right? Our modded series we've been playing. The last time I played that, other than, like, 2 days ago, right? It had been a month. On the nose. Although I didn't say that because I'm bad with remembering to fix the dates. But yeah. So that's how I know. And like basically 2 days later, boom, everything started going crazy. So yeah. Also, before that, I also was having computer issues we had to figure out how to deal with. And that had finally basically been properly resolved to some extent. As well. And I just have had a very hectic couple of months. I mean, well, the statue is nice. It's not like it's that fancy, and to be honest, I'll be honest, I don't think I'm gonna do better this year, so... yeah. I don't even know what I would want to do this year. Maybe it's play? Why not put your brain power towards that, Dragon? What should I do this year for my once-a-year Christmas statue? I feel like one of those is a lot harder than the other. Cat? Wait, why a black cat? I'm not the one that owns the black cat. They're adorable, sure, but... wouldn't it make more sense to make the Buna as a Christmas cat? Oh, I see. So... this cat would look more like a wolf? And would it have silver spikes? It's so much being slow as much as being like, wait, See, the one... This is where I get left with. You understand why green is confusing me, right? I know Hedge's using it, the color for her stuff, and always does. But the cat in our household that has a green sweater is the Buna. He's wearing it behind me. The Buna Buna Boo. Also, I disagree. I think red goes better with cats. Look at black. It stands out better. And is more Christmassy, because the entire thing is supposed to be a Christmas statue. Not a let's annoy the hedge monster. Right. Actually, let's do this one down one more block here. And then here... Probably... Go there. Kind of fascinating how easy it is to just kind of build if you know what you're building from. And then of course I need to go down and just kind of start doing that down there as well, because it's... Right. Like that. I don't know. It helps. I really don't work on it too much. I want to get this done. Probably need to make a way up as well, don't I? A proper way up that isn't this, because this is gonna be problematic to do once I'm done. It looks good though. Alright, Let's just start removing this. Alright. And at some point, we'll just kind of... There we go. And then I gotta pick up all the blocks. I don't know. I mean, it's working. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking. Get a cat in what? In Minecraft or real life? Well, food. Unless the cat's not food motivated. Like if you're that 1 in 10 unlucky individual whose cat has not food motivated. I don't know. But if the cat is food motivated, food. That's generally the answer when it comes to cats. Because cats care about one thing and one thing only. Is it? I'm just saying, like, especially if you know they like something in specific, offer them that. They're far more likely to just come running to you and start pleading. Like, if you know your cat really likes some sort of, like a fish treat, right? And then, I mean, for long term, what you can do is you can have it where you shake the bag and then give the cat treats. So the cat basically Pavlov to that. So they know if you shake the bag, there's a treat coming. Works really well to catch a cat that doesn't want to be caught. So they can be a little grumpy about that. Yeah, I have. Wanting to get him out from behind the TV. And I have to... He was not as happy to just come in and sleep, right? He'd go back from behind the TV, and what I'd have to do is I'd have to try and... He's smart enough that he doesn't fall for that much, but... Yeah, that's kind of the way to do it. You're like, ooh. Although it's even easier now for Dabuna. It's called opening the fridge. Doesn't matter where he is, how he is, he'll be there. He'll be yowling and sobbing and begging. It doesn't matter what you're there for. So ironically, it's become even easier. Yeah. I mean, generally there's things that don't give the cat too much, but they like a lot. They feel like, ooh, they're getting people food. But if you give them a little bit, it's fine. Like, Spam. Very little. A bite for a cat. But it's not bad for something like that. Believe me, I did research. I was nervous about, not the salt. I'm giving the cat a bite. The cat's not. No. The problem with Spam is just that it's too high sodium content. If you give the cat too much salt, basically. So just giving them a bite or two isn't bad. The whole thing with Spam is canned ham at the end of the day. So it has been like smoked and stuff. Which is why you can eat it straight out of the can. What if that's... Do you think you couldn't do that? It's preserved. I mean, it doesn't taste the best, but... Yeah, it is okay. Also, you can just cook it. And just give them cooked it. I'm just saying, like, when the cat's being, like, really... beast. If you're ready to claw your hair out. The critter. And it's begging. No, I did do some looking. I like to look into, like, if I want to let the Dabuna have a taste, because otherwise, you know. Or, more specifically, how worried should I be if he's getting onto my plate to try and steal? Right? Mostly started because he kept eating bread. And then, ironically, Lisana was the one that begged for the Spam. The most. And she never wants anything. Like, she's the one that is not food motivated. So that's why some research was done into that. Hedgecat. Is the biggest loaf. Or bestest loafer. Buna's a pretty good loafer, but he cannot beat the Hedgecat. There is a certain level of floof he just cannot copy. He's just our best crier. Which is what he's been teaching the usurper. Somehow. They haven't interacted once. But picking up his specific yowls and copying them. Kind of funny. So, I will say it makes it a lot harder to ignore the thing, because it's like... I mean, you've heard his cries. Right? So imagine that up to, like, kitten pitch. Yes, he is. Ironically, Buna is the one that is just the most determined to be baby of the lot of our cats. It's just like, poop, why? And the answer is because it works on everyone in the house other than me. And then I get told I need to be stricter with them. And I'm just like, I'm not the one that did that. He is the master manipulator. The individual that gets that kitten has basically is going to end up having the one who effectively learned from the master manipulator. He is his greatest strength. His whines. Until the kitten is gone, I had given up on trying to keep into his diet of no dairy after no dairy after midnight. I don't like have him have that much either, but it's just like he's never had issues tummy-wise, but he does get aggressive about it. I just didn't want to put up with that. Nonsense. Yeah. Once the kitten is gone. I don't do it like that, but I do. Tell him no. And yeah, like you turn your back to the kitty cat. Until he stops sobbing. It's the only way. Once he gets what he wants, like he'll learn. Oh, that'll work. Yeah. A sob that inevitably will break your heart when you hear it. Make you just want to do whatever it wants. That is what he's perfected, and now this is what the little one is learning. Never interacted, never been in the same room. Only basically just heard him. And vice versa. But that's enough. That is enough for it to know which one gets its way. And I just think it's funny. Alright. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Suna has been honing this art his whole life. Learning how to get people to react to him. And it works. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and sell some of these for emeralds, shouldn't I? Probably work on that soon. I think I've been doing this for an hour, but I think it's gonna actually have a decent amount of space for that now. Beyond that, I mean, that was a lot of mining. Look at that. That is a huge chunk gone. Especially once this part is gone. The only way, you know? I can remember basically where to keep the, I might go blow up the rest of the grass as well, just to kind of be like, ah, we're done. Well, the rest, but you know, enough. I'd like to get to the point where it's just, boring though this may be. But hey, I mean, that's how you know we're not on creative, right? I can't just go /fill. Although at times like this, I kind of long for it. So thinking, you know, how hard is it really to defeat and then I remember, even if I was to defeat the Wither, it's not like this would become faster by enough to really feel worth it at the moment. If I could store my levels, I think that's what I would do is I'd store my levels and then I would just run around with nothing. And just get creepers to blow up. I don't have to spend the TNT that way. Yes. No armor. So I don't lose anything. Apparently I disturbed him. Well, sorry, buddy. I dared to sing. I'm gonna take a drink. Go and sell my sack of stoneware. Make back like I don't know what I want to buy with it. I don't know what I want to do with it. It's something because that's been an hour and a half on this. 2 hours almost. About 50 minutes. I suppose glass would be a good one, right? So that we can start kind of getting ready for our bee farm. You know, with how annoying and how into variation Mojang has been lately, right? I'm shocked they haven't made it so that librarian villagers, the glass that they can sell you could be of one of the various colors, and then you have to get lucky that you get the color you want. Make it annoying and grindy. Because I don't know what the reason is. I really don't. And I've spoken that into the ether, there's a higher chance of that happening. But I don't know. It just to me feels like something they're gonna pull. And then act like it's what people wanted. really want to view this glass. You, blue, blue. Actually, probably is enough glass. Thank you. I don't know, what do we want to do with the glass? Let's leave the emeralds here for now, because I don't know what I want to do with them. I need a mending book for my craft plate. I think, right? Oh no, never mind, it's got mending on it at this point. Never mind! Anyway, let's look something like over. Oh wait, no, I know what we can do with the next update that we'll be able to do if they actually do add it. That'll be fun to add. But it really does open the question of, so why not iron? If I saw correctly, I haven't actually clicked into it the other day. So, like, if the Minecraft news and snapshot is correct. Be cool. Which was netherite stairs. It's insanely expensive, but like imagine using that. Alright, I think I want to use... I don't think cobblestone has like anything, right? Yeah. You gotta cook the cobblestone to make it into anything usable. Suspicious I want this to go farther back here as well, but I haven't decided. I want this to definitely be like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 5, 3. That's probably big enough technically, and then by 1, so it'll be total on the end. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Square building. Probably better to kind of make it a bit more round or more rectangle, right? What do we think? Do we want the warehouse to be more square or more rectangle? I feel so answered. Yo? What? So what are we gonna do tomorrow, guys? Oh, sleep. I don't want to go all the way to here. Just to kind of clear out. And then all the way to here. Oof. I mean, it works. It could make chunks. It's big now. Maybe I should never play Minecraft again. Just seeing if anyone's actually here. Ask like real questions, and I'm just like, Oh. I don't mind if you guys are sick, but I was just trying to see. I'm saying random things to see if anybody like, reacted. I don't know. I have no specific care about that kind of thing, I guess. I did say I was gonna load this up. Is there any... Yeah, I don't have one. Realistically speaking. Here, let's blow this wide open. I don't disagree. I think a dynamite stick would be interesting. It'd be a nice way to be able to kind of have like a potentially throwable. But have it also be like a risk-reward thing. And like you have to light it before you throw it, right? Meaning that if you don't like plan it right, you're in serious trouble. I think that would be a good way to kind of mitigate it and make it not overtly OP, right? According to Mojang, mind you. I don't think it would be OP anyway. To be clear, I think not that that would be a... I think that the word overpowered is something that does not fit Minecraft. Oh, wrong button. I just don't want to deal with them right now because I don't have a shield. But no, I feel like, to me, I honestly really do feel like they kind of need to get rid of the concept of thinking that something, like, give it enough of a difficulty to get it, right? That's fine, I think, if it's super hard, but if it takes a lot to get it, I don't think it should be nerfed. Or be, like, deemed too overpowered for being able to be used, right? Needing a bunch of restrictions and stuff. But I really do think that for so much of this, it's like... what are you gonna do with it, really? If it ends up being made 15,000 times weaker just so that it's no longer OP. What's the point? If somebody's willing to go through the effort to get it, I mean, isn't that on them? And on anyone else who's chosen not to? You know? The thing is, I don't think that... I honestly think for things like the lunge enchantment that they've basically already nerfed to unusable on single player. Or rather, pointless to use on single player. And I end up going, so who's this game for? For the people who are playing on servers and multiplayer only? Or is it for the people who play, who are the most likely to play a long-term world, single player? And I honestly think that's part of what causes the lunge. It's an interesting idea. It basically it works like a massively downgraded version of the one for Trident. What's it called? It's not Loyalty. It's not Channeling. It's the third one. I can't remember its name. Riptide. It's like a downgraded version of Riptide, but you can use it whenever, right? But of course, you can't use it with Elytra, and you can't use it in very specific things to make it actually work. Rather than just getting shot forward a little bit on the ground. Concern. But the thing is, to use it, it uses a chunk of its durability, and then now it also takes food. It takes away your hunger as well. To me, why am I going to use that on a single player world? Really? What's the point? And I mean, honestly, I think this is part of why it's a 2-week phase. You go in to see all the new stuff and have fun with it. The new stuff doesn't make the game different or better or worse. It just makes it the same. And it also allows you to kind of start seeing the glaring problems by, like, 2 weeks. So to me, I'm kind of left with, I feel like they've effectively created the 2-week phase themselves, then act like they didn't. The last several snapshots, and this is how it looks like it's gonna be. It started with you taking, like, 30 durability points or something like that per use for the maximum. People were like, nah, can we lower it at least? And then there were also some people who certainly are very loud. I don't think they're going to be the majority once the full update comes out. Most people don't follow this. But it suggested using hunger instead, and then it used like 5 whole hunger points, 2.5 hunger hunches per hit instead. And then that was and people were like, that is way too much still. So now it just uses both. Slightly less of both, but both. And to me, I'm just kind of left with, outside of people who wanted to use it for PvP, who's going to really use this overall? Over just having a trident channel. Or not channeling, Riptide. Riptide allows you to glide through, do basically all the things that Lunge does and more, but the requirement is that you're in water. So if it's raining, you can just use it free. But if not, you need to be in water to use it. But as long as it's raining, you can use it anywhere and everywhere. That's kind of why I end up going with. It's very much kind of down here. I just don't see the much use to it. It feels pointless, I guess. Ironic that it's for a spear, but like, I'm not against having unique enchantments and stuff, but I do feel like if it's a unique enchantment for a tool or weapon, and it makes it even slightly better, and it starts off worse than the sword, I don't think it needs to have ridiculous drawbacks for using it. Especially, and here's the thing, here's why the people have the issue, was it took the durability even when you don't hit anything, it still takes durability. And it still does that. And it's like, so what is this, how is this OP? It's like, oh, to move faster, but I can get an Elytra and rockets, I can get Riptide on a trident, it's not even that hard. Like, not really. I do just kind of end up going to that whole, I feel like the drawbacks do not make the product worth these few positives. Yeah, true, Frostworker. Yeah. Is another example of an enchantment that overall is kind of useless. It's great for niche things, but I mean, you are right. It's okay. It's like the two things it's good for. You can walk on magma, and you can walk across water because it turns into ice. Negativity. You cannot use Depth Strider with your boots, which means you cannot move faster in water. So yeah, you never use Frostworker because Depth Strider is so kind of important. And while I do get it, at the same time, it does feel silly. To have enchantments that basically, outside of a few, most likely never get used. It's the same with the tools as well. It really feels like I don't know. I end up going, I just don't see why I would make a spear. Other than having slightly better reach, but... Like... Yeah. I don't know. And like I said, other people can disagree with me, have different preferences and all that. I don't think that's the end of the world. I just feel like it's one of those things where you end up going back to it and I go, overall, how many people are going to be that excited about this in like 6 months? How many people who just play the game normal are going to ever even care in the game? And I mean, at this point, my answer is usually nobody. Which is kind of ironic. Well, not nobody. Very few. The same with the copper armor. I'm just like, it's a nifty idea, but and tools. The benefit, is it really enough that most people are ever going to bother using it instead of iron? No. I'm just going, oh, but it's for early game. But early game, that is iron. You don't have stone pools for very long. Yeah, and same with the... They kept nerfing it, which is also insane. So it works worse and worse until it finally has its current thing. And I do end up going with... How is this... At this point, I honestly do kind of go with, how is quality of life product OP? Why is that always what they go to? Or basically seem to be treating it as. Because then they go nerf, 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 and then there's no point to the item, the new thing. It's insane. Heck, I'm gonna go here. The Mounts of Mayhem. Like, yeah, the Nautilus is kind of cool. The camel is just a camel, but zombie now. Zombie horse burns in the sun. So, you know, unless you have armor on it, goodbye. As far as I can tell, it seems like if it counts as like plains, or whatever, right? Which some caves do. It will spawn in it, which makes me kind of not excited about it. Like, I don't want a horse spawning in a cave that's big enough for it to be able to spawn. No. No. It's like, I don't know, everything that they add is just... It's like, I think that the danger is fine, but... No, it's not that they're adding pet mobs. They like the zombie horse, so they're adding the zombie horse. They liked the copper golem, so they added the copper golem. The answer is you need to have an employee at Mojang that likes it. The only way to get it into the game. At this point, I think. Which is not a way to run a game company or a business in general. Not really. Yeah, I should just start setting up those dirt chests I said I was going to set up underneath, right? But yeah, I just kind of... I know it's not fun, just rant, right? But just, I have so much issue, I just have so much trouble going in and going, yeah, this is a great update. When I then go and actually stop and look at it, like, is there any real long-term... And when the answer just comes back as no every single time, I don't know, I'm left with, I don't think it's that great of an update. And I think that, realistically, I feel like that's how people should look at each update. How are you going to look back on this update 6 years from now? Or 5 years from now? Actually, let's go with 5 years from now. Then 10 years. Are you still going to like this as an update? Once the FOMO has worn off. I just don't think it's going to be very often where the answer is yes. There's a few things, like, oh look, cute dogs. Right? I can say, yeah, the dogs, I think people are going to still be happy with the dogs. It was just variants, but it's like, hey, puppers. But they'll also feel like, but they could have fixed their AI at the same time. And then I go, bundles are gonna kind of be looked at as kind of meh within 5 years. Because they just, yes, they hold a stack of like each item is a different, except they can't, it's not really a stack. It's whatever the stack is of the large, like the one that has the least number kind of thing to it. So it only holds 16 eggs. One tool. It just becomes, well then, other than maybe early game if you're trying to gather like one of each plant or whatever, sure. But then once you've done that, the bundle becomes, outside of like on multiplayer servers, kind of useless. And I do just kind of end up looking and going, already. And the fact is that they keep adding trees and things, right? Which they kind of gotta do. Then eventually the bundle becomes kind of pointless as well, because then it's like, if you have 64 or more types of plants, or rather more than 64 types of plants eventually, or just things like that you would pick up, well, you no longer have room for all of that in one bundle. Now you need 2 bundles, now 3, now 4. If you never plan to gather more than a few items at a time, great. But if you do, you might as well just go for the shulker box. It really is things like that that just make me go, so why am I supposed to be excited about these updates? I know, they're drops. They're not meant to be big. But it didn't fix the problem that had started with 1.18, 1.9, really 1.19. I just don't think, I think that it kind of needs to be addressed. It doesn't matter how many things you add to an update. It matters how in theme they are. And yes, these drops are in theme, but not exciting themes. It's like it's 2 or 3 things. And under the hood stuff that'll make updates go faster next time. Honest. Probably. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep. Like I said, though, for me, I look at it and I'm at this point kind of just going, okay, is the update going to be great in 2 years? About 5? About 10? If it is, cool. Not. Maybe. I really just go into the whole. I think the one update worked. But it worked when it was an actual themed update. Because it's one thing that's being super improved rather than a bunch of random things all over that basically then has nothing. Like, think about the Nether update. It added 4 biomes, 2 of which are the same biome, but different colors, basically. 1 structure, and a few, mostly, and a new species, I guess. The piglin, to match to the zombie pigman, but turn into a zombie piglin. And then a few minor things like adding chains and stuff. But overall, it was to like add to the structure, add to the biomes. In reality, like in comparison to some of this stuff, yeah, it's kind of less. Also, I wish they'd fix how often these things spawn. But beyond that, it was then one big chunk. The Nether overall became super updated. So it feels like a lot. Whereas with 1.19, the wild update, it added Mangrove Swamp and Ancient City. Yes, they're 2 things, but it wasn't an overall update. Even with 1.18 and 1.17, with all the issues that it had, because it was in theme, it felt like, oh, it's a super update to the overworld. Everything's getting updated. And I think that's part of the problem. I think that's part of what makes these updates lackluster. Or even the drops and all that. Again, it's not an overall, you can see, ooh, there's quite the improvement here. Just the little things. And even if you were to take the overall at this point, so if you were to look at what combining all of the 2025 so far, right, updates, what they add. They've added variants to mobs and 3 types of flowers from how they're counting it. Not because they are not counting, ironic, the Pale Garden. I feel like it would be if you went for the Pale Garden, it actually feels like more. Because at least it's a full biome. Even if the biome itself is lackluster and bland. It was something. But when you look at it as they added, yes, they technically added 2 new kinds of mobs and a bunch of variants. Most of them quite literally just are a palette swap. In fact, even with the new blocks, quote unquote, new items, new everything, most of these are just palette swaps. realistically should have been done over the course of like several different things if they were going to do that. If they're going to add copper lamps, they kind of should have added gold lamps. It's another variant that exists, or that should exist, and would have made sense. They didn't. Heck, gold chains, gold bars, things people have wanted in the game since forever. People even mod into the game because it is such a desired item. And that's where I kind of end up looking. It's like, if it's just a palette swap overall for most of these items, I feel like they should have just kind of gone through and focused on getting a couple more of them. Not just the copper, but maybe have done gold, done netherite. Netherite could be stupid expensive, and that would be the complicated part of that one, but gold isn't. Again, just... yeah. And, I don't know. As I've said, you don't have to agree with me or think I'm right or wrong or whatever. I just think at this point, to some extent, it just... there are things that could use some actual adjusting, fixing, etc., but they just haven't. I don't know. But I mean, I do at this point feel to some extent like if they don't want certain things, they need to find the alternatives. And quickly. They need to stop breaking their game. I think, like, that as an update, right? They need to actually make sure everything is working before they just toss it out there, because for Bedrock, you don't get a choice. You have to update. And that's just... like, why? Why was that a thing? Why is that a thing? Yeah, that's kind of where I end up going with it. It's just... you're gonna add something like that. Wow. Not make it work. If it doesn't work, don't release it. Yeah, you're running close, but the deadline, but isn't the whole point meant to be that they're like more laid back? Well, I mean, they take all these vacations and stuff. Because, you know, especially the Swedish team, and it just becomes, so why? I don't know, people feel like, if the California team, they have stated themselves that they have to work with, that both teams work on both games. Which is probably a bad thing. Probably how things like this happen. Where they're just broken. It just works. But it doesn't. So yeah. I don't know. I feel like I also need to say this. I don't care if an update feels like a mod. I think at this point anything and everything is gonna feel like a mod just because everything has been done for mods. Pretty much. Like, do something unique and original. That's fine. Not the end of the world. I just kind of wish that they felt more like good mods and not just the kind of really not that great ones. They very much feel like oftentimes. But, yeah. I will be honest, when I'm doing stuff like this, I just start thinking, you know, I could literally play. Go, like, try to learn how to do that and just start kind of having more that kind of thing to the game, and then just, yeah. Can't pet the cat. Can't pet the cat. You know you can't pet the cat in Minecraft? Anyway. Alright. I mean, it's slowly getting there. We've cut quite a bit of this down as well. I mean, you can't tell here, but, like... I'm just thinking of, like, building up one wall and we have one wall kind of showing what it would look like. And then next time we can kind of focus on trying to add in more. Because I do want this to be a bit longer, I think. I don't want it to be a square, which it would be currently. I don't even know how I did this to myself. I really, really don't. Gotta go deal with chickens again. Well, I'm kind of tempted to go down and go just... later decide how I want this building to look. I might just want to take a bunch of bone meal. How did I know this would need to be done? That is a lot of chicken. I probably need to cook some and sell some. There are a lot of chickens. Alright. What? Okay. I used the wrong tool. Ah! That's so fine. I can use this and this, and I'll just get both healed while I'm, felling stone. It'll be for the best. We have so much chicken. I'm gonna collect all the stone that I'm gonna need, and then I'm gonna probably go do that. It'll be great! Honestly, I kind of... Get still all this. It'll be great. Alright, so what we're gonna do... Actually, I should do it like that, yeah. I'm gonna grab an extra stack this way. see what happened. There we go. Nope. Before you get in there, these haven't worked yet. All right, work. We heal up our tools. Are you guys just... Okay, cool. Alright. I mean, it's not full heal, but they're two pretty decent healed. Actually, do we want to try and... what are we going to buy? Do you want more glass? Do you want some lanterns? Yeah, we'll just buy glass because I always want glass. I'll buy some lanterns. So I always want lanterns. Let's save just to heal up. Alright, so now that we have fully healed up our, I mean, not fully, but we've healed it up enough. Was quite something. Alright, so now I need to work on the building. The question is, what are we going to do for the look of this building? I need to think. I don't really want to do more of the same with that. I don't feel the need to do dirt with it either. Or moss, although moss could be cool to kind of have like as a design up inside. I don't want tough. I don't think I want stone. I'm thinking about utilizing... Wow, I was just about to say, I'm thinking about using, this stuff. Means I don't need to go yet, but I'm gonna want to go down for bones. At some point, I just need to get around to actually building. When was it again? One of these. I could have sworn. I did not think I had them elsewhere, but I'm gonna have to go look around. Figure out where the heck I stuck them. Not in other items. I should have some red. Nope, nothing here. I'm gonna have to search around and figure out where they are. In here, maybe? No. I can grab more of these on here. It's flowers. None here. Did I just miss where I have them? Like, I must be blind, right? I should have found them by now. But if you've seen them, as I've been going through the different boxes, do tell me, please. I mean, I have the blue, but I don't want the blue. There they are. There we go. Oh, it's getting dark. I'm missing one. You know, I'm just gonna go grab a piece of red. Another rack. Another racky rack. Racky rack. Rockety rickety roo. Rickety rockety bah. Ow. I don't think that was enough of a jump for that. I should jump out this door. Was it this one? No, it's one of these. I swear one of these had another rack. Did I use up another rack in them? I must have. Never mind. The only one. Oh no. Hello, player. How you doing? Doing good. I haven't been doing Minecraft because my power has been crazy, but power's back in under control again. So we're back to playing. I'm back to complaining. Very nice. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. And I've said as always, if you don't agree with how you don't have to, right? Anything I say is my opinion. Anyway, I guess have you seen the new or snapshots at least? Oh crap. Just messed up big time because it's gonna... Okay. Not sure which update is that? Is that the current? No, you do not play the current. Cool. Smart. I was more just asking because it seemed more like your type of update than mine. If I'm being honest. Things they're adding. They're going to be adding the zombie horse. And the spear. Although the biggest controversy hasn't been with Java, it's been with Bedrock. That is... No, I think that's fair. I mean, it'll probably become easier in this next update. They're supposed to be fully, as far as Java's concerned, removing any obfuscation, I can never say the word, from the code, so... Yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit easier now. But beyond that, no, and then the big one is that, oh. Actually, yeah, think about it. That means you haven't seen little buddies. A little useless. These guys. Hey. Hi. Hey. We officially have copper golems. And kinda useless copper tools. People want it, honest. Anyway. But yeah, the next update is adding the Nautilus. Which is a mount. And you're very unlikely to actually get a Nautilus shell out of if you kill it. Which opens a whole can of worms. I feel. "50 blocks before they start despawning my butt." Yeah, but most of the things that they've added have been variants, basically. So they're just retextured of already existing items. So, like, they're adding a zombie camel that is just the camel, but I think it burns in daylight. They're adding the zombie horse, which has been in the code of the game since forever. It's got a slightly updated model, and again, it doesn't have armor. Well, it's burning up in the sun, so yeah. I think that's kind of where I end up going. Is like, I kind of feel like if they're gonna add like these, I just add them all at once. One update. They're adding a new skeleton type that only appears on said camel with the husk. And it shoots weakness arrows, but that's the end of its uniqueness, pretty much, other than its appearance. I just kind of end up going. I feel like they're kind of lackluster. Yep, but never a chance at the giant. Or anything like that. Nothing that they've teased. Well, I don't think that that's really. I'm just more like a. Like I said, for me, I kind of just wish. And also in other news, they have stated that if the creeper were to have been created today, they would not add it to the game. So, you know, there's that. Which explains these updates really, really well. And yet, they can't be bothered to actually put out a proper update for Bedrock, and so have effectively destroyed that platform for the long time to come. Judging by their radio silence on it. So, yeah. Brilliant. Is it about the storm? Or is that zombie just random? I guess I feel like I should just be, as I said, I don't think it's just end of the world or anything, but the fact that they basically completely caused several people to fully lose their worlds on Bedrock. It's just, it's an update they cannot prevent because it was on PC. The irony is, if it's mobile or anything of those, you can just skip the update. But if it's on the freaking PC, you can't. Because I saw mobs spawning and I did not know what to deal with. But it does not want to work. I do still like how we can go really all the way down to Moody. I don't wanna, because obviously on the fully vanilla world, I'm not getting traders. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying that nothing has been terribly exciting about it, so I should probably hold off. The update's not out yet, by the way. That's going to be for Christmas. But they're adding zombie mobs to the game. Well, it's because everything they add is like based on the spin-offs that then they never have work for longer than like a very short amount of time. Due to the fact that nobody wants that. They want the well, it's not about being excited. It's more like I am kind of just left with, this is the second year in a row that for Christmas they've decided monsters, Halloween stuff, basically, and I just kind of left with, I don't think it's, yeah. Not feel like they feel great about it. I just kind of. I mean, at least last time they added like a block that could kind of go like with the theme, like with the white. You can do candy cane stuff, but this year it's even less. It's just literally gonna be mobs that want to kill you. A semi-useless weapon. And one of the mobs will let you breathe. Well, no, it won't let you breathe the water. It'll just prevent you from drowning underwater. But whatever level you're at, that's what you're at. You're stuck. You can't get off again. I honestly do just kind of go with. I feel like I was saying it earlier. I feel like this way still. I think the one update was fine, but it was fine when they were themed. It really kind of went out the window once they stopped actually theming their updates. And basically just throwing random crap at a wall and seeing what stuck. And if that causes them to be burnt out, then that's kind of a concerning issue for a game developer in general. You know? They can't get one thing done. Or like one, it has to be like 15 different things that are met. I imagine it's a lot easier to get more through as well, you know? Like if it's one theme, it's a lot easier to be like, and we'll do this and this and this because it'll match up to this and be easier to get through. But think about it. I mean, overall, 1.16 wasn't that hated. It was typically pretty well liked. Still is. 1.14 was as well. So was 1.17 and 18 when you combined it together. It wasn't horrible. It's not viewed as bad. And the one thing that all three really had in common was that they were, in reality, updating one thing in particular kind of thing. But really updating it. The theme, not a little bit of this here, a little bit of that there. Things you're never gonna find. A reason to go to a new area. Just to try and see. That's kind of where I look at it. Remember, said you don't have to agree with me. I don't expect you to. I just kind of think it's a shame. Yeah. I mean, that's just it. It's like, I look at it and I go, what was the biggest difference between every update before the wild update and then after? And my answer is, there was a theme. The wild update threw the theme out the window, basically by having a city and a singular biome that did not go together in the slightest. The next one kind of tried, but it really just was random, like literally throw like, bookshelves, camels, none of it fit together, so it doesn't feel like an update. The copper update has actually been overall relative, and the dog update were both pretty well viewed, even though they're kind of meh. The reason why is because it is doing the whole theming thing, and then they go right back to not doing theming. Or they are doing theming, but they're doing it in a way that's just kind of like, but why? Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to be, especially with the new enchantment. Considering the new enchantment is literally going to take both a ridiculous amount of durability and hunger hunches. So it's going to be kind of useless outside of PvP. The spear itself might be useful, kind of, but it's only for like an extra block of reach, and it's not as strong as a sword. Yeah. Fair enough. overall, it's just kind of looking like worse Trident. Because they don't want to make the Trident be, like, I think that's why, really. Be like, oh, but you don't want to use the Trident anymore. You did this, so we gotta do this. And it's just like, I think people would be fine with using the Trident still. It's still gonna have things that are unique to it. Yeah, I mean, even if you were just starting out, the copper tools are not that great. Because they are just basically worse gold tools. Considering even on Java, you can find like 4 or 5 ruined portals within like 10 minutes of starting the game. You have your gold tools that do the exact same thing as the copper tools, just they have slightly less durability, but they're faster. And oftentimes they'll have mending on them. Yep, and you'll still have iron within like 20 minutes. I'd go up to 20 minutes. And heck, if you do villagers, which you kind of are probably going to do anyway at some point, you have diamond within about 2 hours. Or heck, you go to if you decide to beat the game, you have diamond as soon as you beat the game. Like, all diamond, all good enchantments, all da-da-da-da, because the fact is, you can go to end cities and just get all that. Yeah, an end update would be amazing. Or a proper, like farms and just food and farms. Getting some new foods, like, with the way the spear is, they should be kind of updating how food is. They want to start doing stuff like this. Giving higher tier foods. Which would be awesome even for the average player because, like, better saturation is absolutely needed. More often than not, you know? For healing and stuff. Unless you have, like, healing potions, and then if you have healing potions, then you kind of would like to be able to stack those. I think things like that would be better to kind of focus on. That also just allows you to bring your saturation way up and then gives more use to the lunge to be able to have that. And not have to use either cakes, apparently. Suspicious Stew, which does not stack. Cakes, which on Java do not stack. And it's just like honey bottles, which are going to be a pain to drink enough of to make it worth the while. And I do just kind of end up going to... I really think doing something like maybe having a meat sandwich or a meat and egg sandwich or something, or meat and cheese, you know? That gives you full saturation but stacks. Could be nice. Because then that allows you to have to make it and all that, right? Heck, Farmer's Delight is amazing. I would go with like that, you know? Not all the way to Farmer's Delight, but like starting there. As I'm looking at what would be kind of cool. Best food now? Yeah, pork chop and golden carrot. Exactly. Special stews are great, but only if you are willing to carry a whole inventory of them, or basically just carry the ingredients. Yeah, late game, for more of these like enchantments and stuff, I think that would make a lot of things just better in general too, because it gives you a reason to try and make different things. The fact that pork chops have not been ousted as the top food, not really, and golden carrots. Yeah, no, I know, there's nothing after Elytra. Bananas would be fun. Or they could have a, like, maybe like, you know, here's what I would say with bananas: if you've eaten a banana, you can't eat a second banana. It'd be dumb. It'd be frustrating. Or like if you've eaten a certain number in a row. You know? Like each time you eat it, you get a certain, and then you get potassium sickness. I think it'd be dumb, and I think they would do it, which is why I'm saying it because I know they do it anyway. You know? Would rather they wouldn't, but if they're gonna do it, they gotta make it funny, right? Yeah, I think that's kind of where I end up going with it, is I end up going... I think that food could use an update. I still don't know why they haven't done that really at all yet. Out of all the things that theme-wise could use it, they keep going back to, oh, we'll just add more things to the overworld, but none of the things in question are all that great, so it becomes, we will add useless items that nobody's actually going to use, but we're going to pretend they're going to use. For the sake of... yeah. Right? Maybe, I guess? And the thing is, I'm not saying something like, oh, they're lazy or anything like that. I'm just saying, I think as an update, they just need to make... and ironically, the copper update wasn't even just copper, so again, it still couldn't do exactly what it presented itself as, because they also added... yeah, the overworld's getting too much. The only thing they added to the Nether in the last... it's now, like... it has been over 5 years since the Nether update. And the only thing they've added since then, other than pain and annoyance, was a happy ghast, which is nice, but 1.5, no, 16. The Nether was 1.16. They also added in 1.18, still 5 years ago. They basically made it more annoying. No, it was 1.19. They made it more annoying to get netherite armor, so they added the netherite trim, but it wasn't really all that, yeah. But as far as like an actual update, yeah, that was back in 2019 to 2020. Like, when that happened. So 1.16. Actually, it might have been before that point too. And I always remember this because then they blamed for the next update, they blamed COVID, but the one that they were working on when COVID was happening and everything was ironically the Nether update, which they managed to actually succeed at. Whereas the Caves and Cliffs actually would have been like really getting started with snapshots and stuff after that. Yeah, I mean, I got a happy gas too. Notice, I also built him a stable. Eventually I'll move it over and finish it. Right now I'm gathering maroon wood for having something. Here, see? I feel like rain has now become far more common. I don't feel like it should be. About getting like... wait. Mine's on a lead. I'm gonna eventually have it just kinda... I'm gonna have him over here. Decided to add it to the lore of the world as I've been removing all this. See? Actually, you know what? Since it's the middle of the day, I'll just go ahead and head on over and show you up close what I've gone and done. And then I'm gonna go work on the warehouse. I see. Well, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. As I said, no updates are... the updates aren't exciting, and basically at this point it's kind of stuck to your mods you're using. And fair enough. I just do basic stuff. Okay, this is our happy gas stable. Cool. And you think I need more glass? I don't think I need more glass, right? We actually got through all of it. No, we did not. I need a little bit more white glass here and here. Okay. What do you think, though, than that? I'll be finished eventually. Can you tell where the gas go? Probably need to add something to prevent it from coming out here. And the gas will go in the middle here. I'll probably add like 2 or 3. But like I said, I decided to add it to the... I already had some lore in this world, right? So I decided to add a little bit more. And that is why we have this. This is the... happy gas stable. I want to eventually build a city that's like this. The glass and everything. Or the happy gas would be overall, right? Like where they would be traveling from and to. Anyway, I mean, what do you think? Fair enough. I get it. I know, I don't do the whole super fancy storage system, I just build. I'm half tempted to try and look up a way to make a sand duper that's not end-oriented. But I still want to go to the end, right? Or if there's even one. If there's not, I mean, it's fine. Not the end of the world, it's just frustrating, because I just wish there was a renewable source of sand. Or that, yeah. That's kind of where I end up going. Not for the glass. I mean, it just was a design I kind of winged. But I went for, like, style-wise, kind of somewhere between fantasy and kind of, like, sci-fi. But I wanted to do a mix that fits into the style of the lore of this world. Dun dun dun. It's not bad. But as I've said, yeah, using portals. I was just saying, I wish there was a way outside of that. What I really want is just renewable sand. I'm sure, but I'm doing nothing to do with end portals at the moment. As I've said, I do not intend to go to the end until they do an end update. That might mean they'll never go to the end, but since what was decided to be an end update, we originally were kind of going with the end flashes, but then it's like, oh, but they actually did it, so then it became, nope, we're waiting longer. Apparently. For a real end update. But they're never gonna do because they don't... I don't know. Hmm. Yeah. I would otherwise. Just go to the but yeah, actually I gotta keep destroying deserts. I just kind of wandering traders, if I can find a good wandering trader, that too. The problem is that wandering traders actually it's been weirdly not very many this time. Been around too, so it's kind of odd there hasn't been one. Yeah, more outstanding deserts, I know. I just want to be able to use TNT. I don't want to make TNT duper either, because that seems like a pain in the butt, but hearing that seems more like if I could learn how to do it, like I might just do. So I'd like to kind of clear this out, right? I know a TNT duper is easier. And I just want to clear out this mountain a bit. And the reality is, rather, I want to clear out quite a bit more. It's just taking forever. The reality of it all is just there should be some way to get sand that isn't duping. And the wandering trader being a potential random chance. It's like if it was 100% chance that the wandering trader would drop or would have sand. I know they are, but the entire point is you're not like they don't really. I want to kind of try and follow the idea to some extent. Although I chose not to go to the end because I was like, then I'm gonna let myself do. But I wanted to try and just kind of wait and see. But every drop has just basically been the same blah. Yeah, because no elytras, I know. But I was just more meaning I wish there was. I wish there was something that really actually compete with TNT. Even if I had haste, I cannot compete with TNT at all and like actually removing things and you know. And that's really what I've been left with. It's like I can eventually remove all of this. I can months. Are you kidding me? Third one of today. Actually, I think the fourth. Not a single wandering trader. Not a one. The four of these bozos. Groups of these bozos. And that's where I end up going with, I don't like it, I do not like these kinds of things. Ironically, this is one thing I wish that they would actually carry over, or try to find a way to carry over from Bedrock, is that I could just turn it on and off things like commands. Because, without having to open to land, because, ooh. It's just, like, I just want to turn that off. I want to turn off fire. But we don't have to do... I would even turn it back on at some point, possibly, but I actually interferes to a heavy amount. I know you can't relate. I'm just saying, I wish there was a way to turn those things off, other than in the starting menu. Because they know that those things are a problem. They do. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to turn them off. Hello, Knight. How are you? I'll do that in a second. I don't know. I just kind of look at... There should be an easier way that isn't... They don't do it that way kind of way. Like, if they don't want things done a certain way, they should provide an alternative. Is that gonna? I think the real answer is that the devs don't actually play their own game. Glad you're doing okay. It's not laziness, it's just that they don't actually play the game themselves, so they make assumptions based on things, but they don't actually play it. You know, I think that's my answer as to what it is. Because if they did, so many of these things would just be like, I don't think that some of these things would ever... They don't even have testers. Clearly based off of what happened this last Bedrock update. They just ignore the people who play the snapshots or previews and yeah. But I mean, the fact that they've made statements like you can use the or you can use the Nautilus to explore the oceans when there's nothing to explore in the oceans. It's things like that. Here, listen. Yeah, oh, I guarantee they have mods. And playing creative. Hmm? Yeah, there's water, but what are you gonna look at, Tomas? I mean, at best, like, at most, you're gonna kind of just end up looking at maybe a coral reef once. That's about all the exploration you're gonna do in the ocean. It's not like you're gonna go looking for sniffer eggs, because sniffers are useless. They haven't given it another use. I mean, it's okay for building underwater, but... yes, that is the Elder Guardian. But even then, that's a mining debuff. which is not really going to be helped by the Nautilus. Not really. Honey, okay, you're right. I should finish. I shouldn't be negative. I should hug Abuna? Is that what I should do? Should I hug Abuna? Honey, you're making this a little difficult. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, hello. But I can't finish if you're in my lap. Oh, you're just gonna be snuffling and sniffling? Well, apparently hugs are more important than me streaming. Anyway, what are you guys want me to do tomorrow? Hello! Are you stuck on my shirt? Really? You're gonna destroy my shirt? But you can get better hugs? Let's see. Why don't you go do things like... Apparently hugs are necessary, by the way. Well, we could do more modded Minecraft. That's fun. Got pretty far into that, right? Or, I guess, more of this. Can I get free in? No, I can't. I'm free. I can't. I must be stuck to the Buddhas. Alrighty, let's go with that. Okay, cool. By the way, the reason why I'm not playing right now is my cat is in my arms. I tried to put him down 3 times, but he's just clinging to me. It's cute, but it's like, cat, I can't finish if you're clinging to me. It actually kind of hurts. Alrighty, I hope you have a good rest of your good day. So yeah, I hope you have a good day. Yeah, jealous. Verbal. Who really shouldn't be? He got spam earlier. And none of his sisters did. Alright, buddy, I gotta finish playing one way or another. I can't just cuddle you. Ever. Yes, the intruder is still here. Billy, it's not forever, obviously. It's just the individual who wants the intruder is away at the moment. Ish. Well, not away. They're not. They can't take the cat yet. That's what it is. Anyway, I'm looking at him and he's going, "Look at me. I'm being so cute." And she's like, "Go away. I love you, but go away. You're stuck. You're stuck, honey. You're gonna get hurt. Don't do that. No. Fine. Fine. You can be like that. That's fine. I don't mind. Oh, I guess we can go a little bit longer. I have become a pillow. Sleep. But I will... Yeah, I'm gonna move my hand a little bit. It'll be a lot, but I gotta move some. Okay. Every time you see the little movements, that's gonna be Dabuna, in case you were curious. He's done with that. He does not like the idea. That was not fun. Because I'm ignoring him. I can't see you, booger. Get you soon. Tickle the Boona. Tickle the Boona. I'm going to tickle the Boona. Should I tickle the Boona? Oh, no. Don't come here. Tickle, 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 tickle. Tickle, 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 tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle. No. No, you don't want to be tickled. Hold on, don't. Moose. Right, come here. Come here. You rub me. Hey. Oh, don't get stuck. It's my cat. He's a cutie, but he's mine. Nobody else's. He's my little airhead. No. I'll be done in just a second. I gotta put things away and do so. Just like 5 more minutes, buddy. Apparently that's too long. I need to figure out something to do with the red. But I actually want to carry some of the red around. Alright, I'm gonna try and get a few more maroon planks here, and then I'm gonna probably just the 6 mushrooms I have. I'm not gonna get more. I'm not gonna get more than what I already have. And then I'll see how far I can build with that, and then I'll be done. That will literally be it. He really is upset that I'm streaming, and difficult. He wants to get in the way. I can't see what he's doing, or rather, I can't see behind the screen because he's got his butt in the way. Poor kitty. Oh yes, poor kitty. He could quite literally go off and go eat food in my room or whatever he wants, and probably should be going to the litter box, actually, realistically speaking, because I'm gonna guess that's why he woke up and is instead trying to make me pay attention to him. Which I will, as soon as I'm done. But then he won't want to be cuddled now, will he? He will be like, why would you want snuggles? Why do you go away, human? Let's just be like, you. Nah, it's nothing like that. He hasn't left the room yet. Okay, he's finally actually going. Or left and probably gonna go now. It's that he woke up and then he saw me, so instead of doing what he woke up to go do, he went over to bother me. I know it wasn't one of his nightmares because he starts crying. to him. But it does mean that he just decided he wanted attention. I mean, he is a cat. At the end of the day. Yep. In fact, I'm guessing he actually finally left the room to actually go, to be clear. So, he's probably... I don't think he even remembered the kitten was there. Like I said, I think he just saw me and decided he wanted cuddles. He's back, by the way. It's just the jealousy thing, and then as soon as I was done, he would very much still be trying to get the snuggles. I mean, he is a fast pee. He is fast. When he wants to be. And slow when he wants to be. That's how it goes. And like I said, biggest thing that tells me he just had to go is that now he's just chilling and doesn't want me anymore. And he just wanted me to carry him so he didn't have to walk over the floor. But I'm not doing that. So I wasn't fast enough, so he just wouldn't do it himself. That is my guess. Knowing my cat's personality. I mean, to be fair to him, the floor is cold. Because, like, it gets super cold under the house, and then it just stays. With cold weather. But at the same time, it is kind of like, So I didn't need to, Baby. Okay. I think I want to put this... Or... Right. So... I just hop... Oops. I mean, it could be... I gotta think about that a second. Yeah, exactly. Carry me to something else. That is exactly what it was. I'm pretty sure. That's just... And the reason he was obviously sure is because when he's just refusing, like, I'm pretty sure he's there. I normally will have to... not normally. I occasionally will just carry him into it and just force him into each box until he actually goes, because his belly will be like super, like, it's like it'll be obvious, and then he'll just go. But it's like, this isn't that case. Nothing's scary because he's cold. That little puppet. Or maybe what we want to do... No, I want to do this. I don't know what to do. Alright. I know what I want to do. Get up there. It's 5. And then we're gonna do 5 again here. And then it should be 5 in the middle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This shouldn't be an even number across, so let's... Oh. 7 across. What next? Sometimes I ask where the stars have gone. Are they hiding from my eyes at dawn? Fading from you, they disappear. I am blinded by the dark. And all alone. Should go like that. Don't need to see, so just tell me when to go. Even Oh gosh, need to run. It's sorry. The weather has been so... Okay, the last couple... Gosh. I need to find a place I can sleep for the night. Idea. Idea. Okay. For a safe place, I mean. That's 2 thunderstorms. No, I'm not gonna need to clean up the spawns. So we went down here. Yeah. So I picked down here. There were plenty of places I could have done that would have been closer technically, but this was the best. Right. Let's think about it. The mobs despawn at 50 blocks unless they're, stupid patrols. I think they're gone. Which don't seem to have a great one. Like, it seems to be farther for patrols. It might be only like 54, 55 blocks, but it's enough that it becomes annoying. The fog will start enveloping them on the outskirts, it says everything. Anyway, before the thunderstorm, yeah, no. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's been so volatile today. But I haven't really played since the update, other than Underground, so, yeah. It's been potentially like this the whole time, and I had no idea, because I've been playing... I was, at the time... But it shouldn't be a new update yet. It'd be one thing if there had been, but... I don't know either. All I know is that it's been weird lately. And this is Java, so it's not like it's got the Bedrock thing going on currently. That's just unplayable. Like, so there's that. At least it's not completely unplayable, I guess. That really... Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave those except for that there. I'll take my Castle sequel. And I mean, I've just kind of left with forced to update, risk losing all your worlds to do so, right? And then you can't even play the game once you've updated it anyway. Like, what are they doing? And then silence. Anyway, I don't know if you've heard anything about that night. They were an enigma, and not in a good way. I think this will be my thumbnail. I don't know. For me, I just look at it and I go, I don't. If the update's just not working, right? Postpone it. They're really, see, for the update that they did for Bedrock, they changed the type of files it uses and stuff. I can't remember the exact details, but basically they went from one type of file type to another, like how the files were distributed and everything. The problem is that it's completely broken everything. And for some people, they had to uninstall the whole game and reinstall, which meant they would lose their worlds that way. Also, if there was a possibility that you'd still lose your world, even if you did get everything transferred. Yeah. A huge change that they were not ready for. They have not, like, even just, yeah. And all it's done is cause the game, it's basically added, other than things like a huge memory leak problem. With this major update, why they had to push it so hard? I'm just like, this just, why? But the thing is, the biggest thing it changes, pretty much, the only thing that's technically functional for it, is that now the settings button is the marketplace button, and the settings button has been made really, really tiny. So you go to click the settings button and you find yourself in the marketplace. That is why the change had to be made now. As far as I can tell. Because I doubt that it was about the next update overall. Yeah. So people would muscle memory their way into the marketplace. That is the biggest change. Yep. And now there's things where your cursor doesn't stay in the game. It just goes off and wanders off and does its own thing while you're playing. Huge memory leak issues. So you can't play more than like 5 to 10 minutes. The pink problem is back with the Vengeance, where everything turns pink, apparently. Obviously, it's no guarantee that you're going to get these, but the fact that it's able to be documented kind of easily for a lot of them. And as far as anybody who's actually playing the game is going to notice, the only real difference was, yeah. I mean, obviously, in theory, the file changes should have been to make it more efficient, but it didn't. And I really do just kind of go with... I honestly think it was just to push the marketplace more. And again, and I know people keep going, oh, Microsoft. But it's like... They want people to be able to play the game so they can buy stuff. They're not going to have you put out an update that quite literally makes the game unplayable. And thus, you can't buy stuff. Literally. One of the other big things is the marketplace doesn't work. Half the time. So craft your game. Like I said, in theory it was supposed to be about, like, fixing things, like making it run better, even though it was fine. And basically, I just look at the whole thing and I go, this is why I say they don't have any testers even. They put out the betas and the snapshots, and then when it doesn't work or it's bad, they put out the thing anyway. Yeah. It's just, I mean, I look at it and I go, my biggest reason why is, like I said, they want to make money at the end of the day, right? So putting on an update that makes it so you cannot make money, dumb. Last thing you want to do, a few more checks before it goes out for real. And it's just, it's the kind of thing that gonna go here just is the MO at this point of Minecraft kind of stuff. And has been for a while. Yes. For people playing snapshots and going, hey, this beta's not working right, are free. So they aren't even listening to them. People literally went into the beta and were like, hey, there's something wrong with this. We have to it's forcing us to uninstall and reinstall. It seems like a major problem. Think of it like that. So, yeah. They didn't even listen to the people. And I mean, I go with... it's the kind of thing where it's like you start wondering if they're just trying to kill their game. Or kill Minecraft, rather. Because that plus several other things that are happening right now and have been happening, it's just like... weird. I think the really annoying part is, like, you couldn't just go in and get your worlds, right? You couldn't just download them separate. I would agree, but even this in-game decisions don't make sense for several of them. And then beyond that, another example of things that I would say it has to be the motoring side, because Microsoft would not get away with it, right? Or would not even try. Because, you know, they're based in America, is they are trying to take down a server for having one of the oldest Minecraft servers, quite literally, for having free speech. I'm basically telling them they either have to become moderated or they're going to become blacklisted. And then the only example they showed was a dude making, well, guy insults. Not even to, like, nothing, like, not even cursing. For they're examples of the horrible things that were being said. A guy who got baked. And I'm just saying, I do think both of them are likely to do stuff like that, to be clear. I more meant... just... essentially risk a lawsuit. Because the server's in America, from what I can tell. The Microsoft is in America. So yes, you have a private business has a certain level of discretion. At the same time, if they were already banning the worst offenders, right? And they've got proof that they do. For calls of violence and pedophilia and stuff, right? Why do they need to turn on the moderation that, by the way, can get you banned for saying things like the word night? N-I-G-H-T? Because it has 3 letters in it. And yeah, I know technically you have some... No, actually, no, not really. Because if someone reports you, that's that. If that's on. And that's basically what they're being required to do. And the game version is set before the EULA changes, so yeah. You have people go, oh no, that doesn't happen. And it's like, no, because every single person who makes a server at this point immediately removes the moderation and just does it themselves. The answer I'm gonna go here is because Mojang is a Swedish company. And that's kind of where I go, it makes more sense to their track record. For that side. Plus, they pulled it before. With the gun. Like, if someone made a gun mod, right? Going after all of them. The problem is, it's like, they're no longer... They might be set in Sweden, but Microsoft is not. And that's mostly where I end up going. I don't think it's the Microsoft side, because Microsoft has literally got games with guns as their main focal point. A couple of them. Yeah. Not exactly good business. And the fact that then the marketplace literally added the Nerf gun add-on. Yes, they're toys, but it's like, as everyone else is getting in trouble for good questions. I still just go with, I don't think, I think Microsoft's a good scapegoat, but I don't know. I think to me, I look at it and I go, I have trouble thinking that it's that side just because, well... Suppose if this is a Java server, supposedly Microsoft has like no sway over that, right? Over Java. From the agreements that Notch made, right? What anybody could tell. So anything there wouldn't be Microsoft. Also, ironically, when you look at the rules, Microsoft is, for better and worse, more clear EULA than the Java. Like, if you're going to go there, Bedrock is just, it's clear. Yay or nay. Whereas, it's a lot less clear. And as many people have pointed out, the EULA is null and void the fact because it's so vague. Because if it's anytime they decide they decide it's bad, they can now enforce that. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, that's kind of where I end up going. Which, again, isn't in the Bedrock one, which shows that there is a difference in teams that manage. That's the thing I'm left with. If they were the same, they would have the exact same end-user license agreement, right? Rather, as far as, like, moderation and stuff goes. Because better to have one overall that matches, but they don't. And that's kind of where I end up going with it. If it was a thing where they matched, I'd be like, yeah, it's probably Microsoft. But I don't know. It just, to me, it screams they're more... It fits with their MO, with their game as well. In which they add the Nautilus that has such a low chance of actually dropping a Nautilus shell that you might as well not... you just... No. Yeah. Well, it was never a children's game is the thing. It was a survival game, and I don't think that's the end of the world to do. But yeah, they want to aim for it to be for, like, kids now. But at the same time, adding things that are not fun for kids. Like, and on the version that most kids are going to be playing. It's going to be worse. Like, that in itself is kind of bizarre. Like, this update, they're gonna add a new skeleton type that rides on a camel with a husk. Or a zombie camel. Which means that that's gonna be yet another type of skeleton that 360 no-scopes you from anywhere in the desert, pretty much. And you're like, what the heck? That now gives you weakness. But you can't even fight back. On Java, you have a pretty good chance at dodging and weaving those things. And that's the thing I kind of really go with. I think you can have Bedrock be more kid-friendly. If you want to have them be separate. I really don't think they should, but they could, right? Just don't have that be the harder version of the game. And the more bugged, and the more just everything. And I think... Yeah, I know. Anyway, it's just... Like I said, I think for me, I just end up going to that and I go, it's just so frustrating to look at. Just And I mean, the fact they're removing the obfuscation for the Java version of the game completely, right, of the code. The code will be clear and obvious. It just does make me wonder if Minecraft as a whole is going to be which would be the dumbest thing to do, but you know. Wouldn't be the craziest thing they've pulled. But yeah, I think the real answer is just yeah. I don't know. I feel like here's the thing I'm gonna go with is if they're aiming for kids, right? Then the concept of an OP item should be non-existent. Kids don't care if an item is OP. In fact, they love an item that's ridiculously overpowered. Supposed balance is only important for an older audience. Right? But that's just kind of how that goes. Yes. But I'm just saying in general that there's a certain level to that in gaming, right? Whereas with, like, if you're trying to go for a game for more, you want it to be balanced because it's skill based rather than luck based. But with the kid, it's like, if you have it be more luck based, then the kid is far less likely to feel upset about it. Be like, oh, I just lost because I was unlucky this time. I'll get it next time. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day slash night slash whatever it is for you. I hope to see you tomorrow for some mod in Minecraft. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. Sorry that I ended up ranting like 3 different times. It just bugs me.